much worn out gear.
Today? Go.
I'll carefully conserve my strength and endeavor to survive every battle by way of sound strategy and defensive tactics. Shall we discuss tactics now or later? Is there aught this pawn might do for you?
Master, I've naught more to say. Pressing me further shan't change that.
Where to next, Arisen? I'm not sure I've any idea. This rumour has been troubling me ever since I first caught wind of it. Apparently, there is an illness we pawns can catch beyond the rift that makes us a danger to ourselves and others. Symptoms include an unruly attitude and overconfidence, and in the end, we turn our backs on our master and our duty.
Indeed. Well, we shall have to remain watchful, lest one of our company should start showing signs of this sickness.
Gather round! Treat your ears to a tale by...
A treasure chest! Shall we see if we can't make our way over to it?
Even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two.
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
After you, Arisen.
In the north of Vermund is our curious tale staged, where ventured a hero off left off the page. He delved into a temple.
Really now, you mustn't shirk your duty, lest you forget 'tis the Arisen we serve here.
I'm well aware of that, thank you.
Threw his blade unto him as a mark. And who the asker? Why, the beast! An uncanny affair, to say the least. Yet there was no time for shock and dismay, as "Answer my riddle," did the fearsome thing say. The trickery was clear. To respond meant certain doom. But in the midst of his answer, he'd doubtless be consumed. So a mighty attack did our hero dispense, to conquer his foe and banish it thence. With a single strike was the towering beast repelled, to quail in fear at the mortal strength it beheld. Such is the legacy of Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day.
What did you think of that story? 'Twas well told and all, but not particularly exciting, eh? I mean, it's the sort of thing you hear bandied about the tavern every other night, isn't it? I'd heard tell of a beggar doing well for himself, so I came out here to learn, and by the look of it, he doesn't appear to be making much for his efforts, neither. So where's all his coin coming from, then? Makes a man wonder, it does.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my tale entertain you? Nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall speak of riddles and monsters with frightful mystique. In the north of Vermund is our curious tale staged, where ventured a hero oft left off the page. He delved into a temple of baleful feature, only to be confronted by a four-legged creature. But when our hero drew his blade...
Oh, what does this say?
A thorough perusal might reveal aught of interest.
What? The beast! An uncanny affair, to say the least. Yet there was no time for shock and dismay, as "Answer my riddle," did the fearsome thing say. The trickery was clear. To respond meant certain doom. But in the midst of his answer, he'd doubtless be consumed. So a mighty attack did our hero dispense, to conquer his foe and banish it thence. With a single strike was the towering beast repelled, to quail in fear at the mortal strength it beheld. Such is the legacy of Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day. Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent with powers most fell. Our hero ventured into a shrine long enclosed, whereupon he found serpent and soldiers in battle opposed. Though to the soldiers' aid he would fain have leapt, unease overtook him, so behind a pillar he crept. And not a moment too soon, for there came a flash of light, ere the room filled with screams, soldiers wailing at their plight. Then the shrine grew deathly still, and our hero was all alone. but every last soldier had been transformed to stone. Wary of his foe, and with presence of mind, the man crept up to the pillar upon which 'twas entwined. Seeing his moment, he unsheathed his blade, and brought the pillar low in a thundering cascade. The gloating serpent was caught by surprise, and with a pitiful hiss, 'neath the pillar it writhed. Till mustering swiftly the last of its might, to the depths of the shrine did the monster take flight. Thus with a wit as sharp as his sword was honed, did our hero put an end to the threat imposed. And who was our hero? Why, needless to say, 'twas the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day.
There's a ladder here.
Perhaps new discoveries await us above.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent with powers most fell. Our hero ventured into a shrine long enclosed, whereupon he found serpent and soldiers in battle opposed. Though to the soldiers' aid he would fain have leapt, unease overtook him, so behind a pillar he crept. And not a moment too soon, for there came a flash of light, ere the room filled with screams, soldiers wailing at their plight. Then the shrine grew deathly still, and our hero was all alone. For every last soldier had been transformed into stone. Wary of his foe, and with presence of mind, the man crept up to the pillar upon which 'twas entwined. Seeing his moment, he unsheathed his blade, and brought the pillar low in a thundering cascade. The gloating serpent was caught by surprise, and with a pitiful hiss, 'neath the pillar it writhed. Till mustering swiftly the last of its might, to the depths of the shrine did the monster take flight. Thus with a wit as sharp as his sword was honed, did our hero put an end to the threat imposed. And who was our hero? Why, needless to say, 'twas the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day. Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent with powers most fell. This reading is full. Our hero ventured into a shrine.
Welcome to Bjorn's, and quality is what you need if you want to survive. So before you check the price, just remember, misers die. Hope to see you again.
Might as well take a look while you're... Here, eh? Stop by again soon.
You seem rather fond of shopping, Master.
We ought to have enough supplies to last us a while now. I suppose.
Post is so?
A master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, and your focus apply to this tale of a giant who touches the sky. Our hero, oft forgotten by history in spite of his worth, awoke one fell morning to rumbling earth. In a panic he started, out the front door he leapt, to behold what had approached a night as he slept. 'Twas a mysterious figure, but be it friend or foe, on shaking legs did he approach, the better to know. Yet he did not get near, for afore him stretched the sea. The figure was striding through waters up to the knee. This realization explained the bizarre. What had appeared close was being seen from afar. For truly, the figure was mammoth in size, tall enough to be blinded by the clouds in the skies. One thing was certain, should it walk upon land, no city, no mountain would outlast its hand. So he challenged its ingress with voice loudly drawn, and in an instant the giant was gone. Aye, in the face of his valour, the gigantus did pale. But who among you can name the hero of our tale? 'Twas none other than Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day. Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, and your focus apply to this tale of a giant who touches the...
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
After you, Arisen?
Come take a look. You'll be glad you did. Always a pleasure.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close. And your focus applied to this tale of a giant who touches the sky. Our hero oft forgotten by history in spite of his work. Stretched the sea. The figure was striding through water.
This really is fine craftsmanship.
Realization explains
Starts to get different as well.
on to this day. Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, and your focus applied to this tale of a giant who touches the sky. Our hero oft forgotten by history in spite of his word, awoke one fell morning to rumbling earth. In a panic he started, out the front door he leapt, to behold what had approached a night as it slept. 'Twas a mysterious figure, but be it friend or foe, on shaking legs did he approach.
With a ferry stone in hand, we can travel wheresoever we please.
We must save it for a time of dire need.
One thing was certain. Should it walk upon land, no city, no mountain.
Welcome to Bjorn's, and quality's what you need if you want to survive. If quality's your concern, you're in the right place. Many thanks. I appreciate... Fancy looking at my wares? Fancy looking at my wares?
Peruse at your lesson.
Idleness is a luxury.
I end up feeling weary,
The hours seem to fly when I'm here.
There's a ladder here.
Perhaps new discoveries await us above.
Would you take pity on me? Would you take pity?
I've got the sharpest ears in town.
Well met, sir. Fancy a gander? Fine wares.
I've got the sharpest ears in town. Pleasant breeze.
I'm sure I can handle this.
Lattering all day is tiring work.
My head hurts just thinking about it. I always have enough for a few pinches.
Coin here.
What should I do?
Let me get that.
My head hurts.
Alms for the poor. Pray grant those less fortunate some salvation.
Oh, so nice, juicy beast steak.
Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for alms for the poor? Many thanks. May fortunes... Well met, Sir Arisen. Might I trouble you for alms for the poor? Many thanks. May... Ah, hold on a moment, Sir Arisen. But you see, one of the children we care... Malcolm, his name is. He's as... This building's very old. It could be that... Might I impose on you to search for him?
Gathering clues will be essential to our success in this matter.
Ho there!
Is Malcolm all right? We were supposed to go exploring together. Wish he'd woken me up. I was really looking forward to going down into the...
I spend my days in quiet reflect. Good day, sir.
Please, sir.
this is generally used as a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations.
This year's crops aren't faring so well.
My bed.
This makes my hair stand on end.
Malcolm's been really into exploring of late. Just the other day, he was going around telling anyone who'd listen about how it...
If our prayers are not heeded, what hope have we?
I'm ill at ease here.
Night's rest is
Am
all
I
I
shedding?
need.
Must be.
Where could Malcolm... Perhaps you could try asking the...
What to do? Got more soil on you than an unwashed potato.
This looks as good a place as any.
Can't remember the last time my pockets jingled.
Stomach's complaining. I'll have an early supper. This place gives me an ill feeling.
It's been a hard day.
Wonder how long this job's supposed to last.
Suppose I'd best be heading home.
Can't bring myself to do much in this hour.
They have find out someone.
Ain't gonna make any coin here. It's been a hot day.
What should I do?
Time to go home.
I don't know what to do.
All that fuss and nearly a coin to show for.
I don't know what to do.
Life's been pretty kind to me.
It is quiet today.
My head hurts just thinking about it.
That's quite enough!
What should I do?
The heavens have forsaken us. All is lost.
I wonder what it was, Malcolm.
Now there's a hassle I could do without.
Venturing's a grand way to welcome cadaver.
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
Just be sure you mind your manners.
I suppose there can be no harm in bringing this along.
We'll find a use.
Well met. This here's the sanctuary of tipplers and merrymakers alike. I assume you'll be starting off with a mug of the good stuff. Many thanks.
Where's my comb? My friends are in good state.
Master, you would do well to offload some of your supplies. Unless you intend to make a living as a merchant.
Lessening our load will help to keep us light on our feet.
Some meat would be nice. Where's it costly? Wickedness has no hold.
It is my duty to devote my life to prayer and prayer.
So,
This is a place of prayer. Do keep your voice low.
A moment's prayer can do a world of good.
Might I beg but a moment of your time?
Please, sir, don't tell nobody what I said about
teachings might say.
Having more of these to hand ought serve us well in battle.
What say we pelt one at the next foe we encounter?
Please, don't tell nobody what I said about exploring.
A profitable endeavor. I cannot fathom your intent.
I fear I've much to attend to.
I fear I've much to attend to. The pursuit of betterment is an endless
I must be
journey.
grateful. Might I beg but a moment of your time? I fear I've much to attend to.
This place gives me an ill feeling. So very calm.
Wished were always night, and I only had to sleep. What do you want to talk to me?
Marriage isn't taught its choice.
All is... Where could Malcolm have... Perhaps you could try asking the...
The other day, I chanced to see him. Now, that's not so strange, and rightly so. As it turned out, it gave me a right shock, let me tell you. Their faces may match, but the lives they lead are as different.
I'm quite sure that ox carts don't run. Was it a phantom then? I shudder to think.
I end up feeling
What to do?
Nice, juicy beast steak.
Malcolm. All he's doing of late is picking through rubble. Don't know why he bothered.
Shall we report our results?
Watching me. I swear it.
I can't go on like this.
Vaults, you say? Ah, but you mention rubble, aye? Come, I fear there's not a moment. Pray, follow me, and quickly. I believe this is the place to which the children were referring. Look, there, a hole. Could he have passed through here? There is naught to be done but have a look for ourselves. Let us make haste.
The flicker of a shadow, the gleam of an eye, the echo of a footfall. If we hone our senses, no foe shall escape us.
Pray, speak up should you notice or to miss.
Malcolm, thank goodness you are unharmed. You have my eternal...
Sir Kendrick, you'll never believe what I've found. It's just up ahead. Books, sir. Books, books...
Truly? Perhaps we ought to take a look.
Let us endeavour to keep pace with our guard.
I suppose 'tis so.
Isn't worthless, but that's as much as I can say for it.
'Tis a dismal feeling to be disappointed so utterly.
Over here!
Heavens above!
Isn't it amazing? And I found it. Me.
'Tis quite a find indeed. Is this some manner of archive? Why, I've ne'er seen so many books. This collection must be worth a fortune. 'Tis a... Might I ask that you not share... We cannot allow the knowledge accumulated here to be misused or mistreated. We ought to entrust its care to someone worthy. As for you, Malcolm, I forbid you from...
Oh, but...
However, in exchange for your... Let's investigate this place's secrets to...
It boggles the mind that so impressive an archive slumbered here. 'Tis surely at any scholar's dream.
There's no great shock to me.
Same foe again? Be on your guard. There are innumerable corners where an enemy might conceal themselves here.
Keep your voice low, lest my heart leap from my throat.
ready? Bother. I was just getting warmed up.
Unbelievable.
Excellent. Just what I was hoping for.
Go on, take it.
Share with me your troubles. Pray, take this.
You charge ahead may be to rush headlong into danger. Let us take care to move as one.
Pray, speak up should you notice aught to miss.
I don't know what to do.
Now here's a welcome sight.
What's our best there, my Kate?
Greetings. You seek guidance, do you not? You need only make a worthy offering in I have seen your path. May you've my gratitude. I have seen your path. You've my gratitude. If the way forward is shrouded to you, it is lovely to see you. It's all right. Would that I could spend all day here. Greeting. You need only make a worthy offering in exchange. I have seen your path. May these... You've my gratitude. 'Tis lovely to see you. Greeted. You need only make a worthy offering in exchange. I have seen your path. You've my gratitude. 'Tis lovely to see you.
As long as you please. If I have time to sit, I'm not working hard enough.
Well met. You will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when treated to the former... most hospitality in all Vernworth. You know where to find me.
This inspires no misgivings.
Well met. You will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when...
We must rest, though the sun is...
You'll not believe the journey I've had.
Should we hunt a few monsters to start the day off?
Come, we've much to be getting on with. Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
After you, Arisen.
What is life without a little spice? I suppose I could indulge you. I suppose I could indulge you. That is quite the quandary. Tell is, Vermund was once a beastren kingdom.
Fascinating.
Indeed, though 'tis not widely known among the common folk.
Useful bauble, the fairy stone. 'Twill allow us to travel vast distances in an instant.
'Tis not an item to be squandered.
Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my tale entertain you? Nay, even if it should... Aye, got some coin to spare your much appreciated. Aye, got some coin... Much appreciated. Gather round. Aye, got some coin... Much appreciated. Gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my tale entertain you? Nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall speak of riddles and monsters with frightful mystique. In the north of Vermund is our curious tale staged, where ventured a hero off left off the page. He delved into a temple of baleful feature, only to be confronted by a four-legged creature. But when our hero drew his blade, unto him a demand was made. And who the asker? Why, the beast! An uncanny affair, to say the least. Yet there was no time for shock and dismay, as "Answer my riddle," did the fearsome thing say. The trickery was clear. To respond meant certain doom. But in the midst of his answer, he'd doubtless be consumed.
There's a ladder here.
Perhaps new discoveries await us above.
With a single strike was the towering beast repelled, to quail in fear at the mortal strength it beheld. Such is the legacy of Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Gather round, gather round. Treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my tale entertain you? Nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall speak of riddles and monsters with frightful mystique. In the north of Vermund is our curious tale staged, where ventured a hero off left off the page. He delved into a temple of baleful feature, only to be confronted by a four-legged creature. But when our hero drew his blade, unto him a demand was made. And who the asker? Why, the beast! An uncanny affair, to say the least. Yet there was no time for shock and dismay, as, "Answer my riddle," did the fearsome thing say. The trickery was clear. To respond meant certain doom. But in the midst of his answer, he'd doubtless be consumed. So a mighty attack did our hero dispense, to conquer his foe and banish it thence. With a single strike was the towering beast repelled, to quail in fear at the mortal strength it beheld. Such is the legacy of Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day.
I'm not getting in anyone's way.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent with powers most fell. Our hero ventured into a shrine long enclosed, whereupon he found serpent and soldiers in battle opposed. Though to the soldier's aid he would fain have leapt, unease overtook him, so behind a pillar he crept. And not a moment too soon, for there came a flash of light, ere the room filled with screams, soldiers wailing at their plight. Then the shrine grew deathly still, and our hero was all alone. For every last soldier had been transformed to stone. Wary of his foe, and with presence of mind, the man crept up to the pillar upon which 'twas entwined. Seeing his moment, he unsheathed his blade and brought the pillar low in a thundering cascade. The gloating serpent was caught by surprise, and with a pitiful hiss, 'neath the pillar it writhed. Till mustering swiftly the last of its might, to the depths of the shrine did the monster take flight. Thus, with a wit as sharp as his sword was honed, did our hero put an end to the threat imposed. And who was our hero? Why, needless to say, 'twas the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day.
This place is lovely.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent with powers most fell. Our heroes ventured into ride, longing clothes, whereupon he found serpent and soldiers in battle opposed. Though to the soldiers' aid he would fain have leapt, unease overtook him, so behind a pillar he crept. And not a moment too soon, for there came a flash of light, ere the room filled with...
I'd heard tell of a beggar, so where's he get his coin then? Makes a man wonder, it does. Could be he's involved in something untoward, eh? I'd heard tell of a... So where's he get his coin then?
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a... master storyteller. Much appreciated.
Living God. But dreams are true, I say.
All the best tales come from travelers of the air.
I look to turn in for the night.
Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, as today I shall tell of a serpent with powers most...
This might be worth a read.
It couldn't hurt to take a peek.
Whereupon he found serpent and soldiers in battle opposed. Though to the soldiers' aid he would fain have leapt, unease overtook him, so behind a pillar he crept. And not a moment too soon, for there came a flash of light, ere the room filled with screams, soldiers wailing at their plight. Then the shrine grew deathly still, and our hero was all alone. For every last soldier had been transformed to stone. Wary of his foe, and with presence of mind, the man crept up to the pillar upon which 'twas entwined. Seeing his moment, he unsheathed his blade, and brought the pillar low in a thundering cascade. The gloating serpent was caught by surprise, and with a pitiful hiss, 'neath the pillar it writhed. Till mustering swiftly the last of its might, to the depths of the shrine did the monster take flight. Thus, with a wit as sharp as his sword was honed, did our hero put an end to the threat imposed. And who was our hero? Why, needless to say, 'twas the father of House Berkeley, which lives on to this day. Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, and your focus apply to this tale of a giant who touches the sky. Our hero, oft forgotten by history in spite of his worth, awoke one fell morning to rumbling earth. In a panic he started, out the front door he leapt, to behold what had approached a night as he slept. 'Twas a mysterious figure, but be it friend or foe, on shaking legs did he approach, the better to know. Yet he did not get near, for afore him stretched the sea. The figure was striding through waters up to the knee. This realization explained the bizarre. What had appeared close was being seen from afar. For truly, the figure was mammoth in size, tall enough to be blinded by the clouds in the skies. One thing was certain. Should it walk upon land, no city, no mountain would outlast its hand. So he challenged its ingress with voice loudly drawn.
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
After you, Arisen?
In the face of his valour, the gigantus did pale. But who among you can name the hero of our tale? 'Twas none other than Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Birkin, which lives on to this day. Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, and your focus apply to this tale of a giant who touches the sky. Our hero, oft forgotten by history in spite of his worth, awoke one fell morning to rumbling earth. In a panic he started, out the front door he leapt, to behold what had approached a night as he slept. 'Twas a mysterious figure, but be it friend or foe, on shaking legs did he approach, the better to know. Yet he did not get near, for afore him stretched the sea. The figure was striding through waters up to the knee. This realization explained the bizarre. What had appeared close was being seen from afar. For truly, the figure was mammoth in size, tall enough to be blinded by the clouds in the skies. One thing was certain. Should it walk upon land, no city, no mountain would outlast its hand. So he challenged its ingress with voice loudly drawn, and in an instant the giant was gone. Aye, in the face of his valour, the gigantus did pale. But who among you can name the hero of our tale? 'Twas none other than Lord Rosamond, who, needless to say, was the father of House Birkin, which lives on to this day. Gather round, treat your ears to a tale by a master storyteller. And should my story entertain you, nay, even if it shouldn't, I would greatly appreciate a coin or two to soothe my throat with a mug of ale. Now, listen close, and your focus apply to this tale of a giant who touches the sky.
This really is
our hero, oft forgotten by history in spite of his words.
This part's a little different as well. Oh, yes? I possess no ill intent, I assure you. Those of other races differ so in design. That's all 'tis, mind. Curiosity. And even if I did, It isn't as if I could purchase one, no matter how they fascinate me. It isn't to be.
Are you in the market for something in... particular? Do come again.
These foreign bows do so intrigue me, but I shall admire them. You would simply give this to me? Fascinating. 'Tis not dissimilar from an elven bow, such as this bowstring. It looks, well, why do you stare? Perhaps you find it absurd that I suppose I sought inspiration. The timing could not be more unwell. Forgive me. I should not expect you to know of our way. Every elf undergoes this trial when they reach. I have been training most diligently. Indeed, I fear my aim is only... I grew so vexed with myself that I sought thanks to you. I now have the means to do so. It might be just what I need to find my aim. Please, sir. Many thanks. But this is no place to practice. That's where I train, you see. I'll be able to concentrate. I do hope you'll join me.
Mayhap I ought to ask around town.
My bed calls, and I shan't resist.
So tired. I've barely the bin to tie my boots.
This isn't much to go on.
Overwhelming.
I'm sure I can handle this. Quite sure.
Never mind what they say. I'll hold my head high.
I'm tired of breaking my back for someone else.
I don't know what to do. My head hurts just thinking about it.
Oh, it's not right. It doesn't make any sort of sense. The doctor examined him afore and said, yet e'er since he came here...
I understand how you must feel. There is no medicine that I am caring for him as... However, if you mayhap convalescing in a place familiar...
Home, you...
Dear, we are pressed...
All right, he stays.
I will look after him.
So dull when there's nothing doing. Suppose that's enough for one day.
Time to be heading. I'd sooner not.
Says be heading home.
Rejoice, my darling, for your Albert is returned.
Welcome home, dear.
I spend my days spinning yarns, only to come home to a wife for whose radiance I have no words.
Oh, you bold-faced flatterer. Whatever it is, I'll have to hear it another time.
Well met. I assume you'll be starting off with a mug of the good stuff.
What would you of me? I'll have no...
Well met. I assume you'll be starting off with a mug of the good... Impressive.
Go on, have a look.
Listen up, you lot. Albert, King of Beggars, has come to quench your thirsts. Aye, the ale's on me tonight, so... What would you of me? Oh.
Do be quick, I feel...
Make it quick. I ain't got all day.
Whatever it is, I'll have...
Well met. I assume you'll be starting off with a mug of the good stuff. Many thanks. Wonder if there's any easy work.
Whatever it is, I'll have...
Have a look.
Crack a few skulls.
The cops will benefit from all this sunshine. I'm going to go exploring.
Time to be heading home.
I'm aching for a fight.
What should I do?
If I grin and bear it,
These lines.
I don't know what to do.
I wonder what rumours the morrow has in store.
It's been a long day.
Suppose I can finish it tomorrow.
I pity those content to live in idleness.
Hi, sir. What I can do for you? What? You mean to say my Albert's a noble and has only been... Earning a living in the slums isn't easy, but Albert and I, we promised... And you're saying 'tis all a lie? I don't pray. Tell me where you found...
I have need of a new skill.
I'm aching for a fight.
This headache's driving me all time. No troubles.
Sir, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Eleanor. I regret that I cannot offer you a cup of tea, not to mention, I have to find the... Oh. You wouldn't happen to know someone willing to... You would procure it yourself. In that case, the slums are a bane to the body's humours, and we do what we can with what your aid is most appreciated.
Tell us, Maya's might can be harvested from phantoms, monsters that wander the world a night.
Yes, of course. I see it now.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Yes, sir. Ah, forgive me. If that's not the case, you will have to...
Got to crack a few skulls.
What should I do?
This isn't much to go on. Hail, friend. Have you a spare mo- I've an eye for people, and I'm in a bit of a quandary, you see. I'm to be gone for a week, with no one slated to mind the house in my stead. Fear not. I only ask your name to list as a tenant. I'd be much obliged if you'd simply consider... Sound appealing? Then come on by.
Happiness is all I ask of life.
You've come. Glad to see... So, what say you? Many thanks, friend. I knew I could
I'm all... for camping, but solid walls are a joy that can't be beat. And ours for a full week at no charge. What a steal. Getting proper rest is an important duty. 'tis a good sleep does. What? You shan't hear me complain about an...
No one will disturb me here.
Off to market I go.
Oh, tell me I haven't got anything.
Beg pardon, sir, but have you any information about... Poor Albert was stabbed from behind, and Selena by... I can't fathom it. I knew the both of them. One witness claims Selena was turned away from a noble's estate shortly before the incident. But how...
How awful. Are we to blame for this fell conclusion?
I can't fathom it. I knew the both of them, and I cannot imagine... One witness claims Selena was turned away.
Your current vocation is ill-suited to wielding a bow, Master.
I suppose 'tis so.
I have no issue falling asleep.
Up we get. We can expect a busy night.
Step lively. Journey by starlight shall make for a nice change of pace.
Well met, sir. Forgive my presumption, but were you the one who gave my granddaughter that medicine in Melv? I thought so. She's not stopped talking of her. That girl's always running off on some fool's errand or other. Now listen, 'tisn't much, but I'd fain...
Nice to see you again.
Welcome and well met. Don't think I forgot... your discount now.
The safer the roads, the heavier my pockets. Always a pleasure.
Wait to see what the day holds.
Welcome and well met.
Don't think always a pleasure.
There's a ladder here.
Perhaps new discoveries await us above.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
I say we collect as much as we can carry.
You stop and have a look. I've wares of every ilk. Wares of every ilk.
I'm sure I can handle this. Quite sure.
Fancy a look at my wares?
Not a care in the world.
Welcome to... And quality's what you need if you want to survive. So before you check the price, just hope to see you again.
Oi, you there. Your presence is requested at...
Welcome to the stop. We serve all manner of fine ales here. Wonderful.
No easy answers.
Welcome.
I'm in fine fettle today. Fancy a look at my wares?
Mayhap I'll seek out a
Yes, of every ill.
Must be my winter coat growing out.
Your current vocation is ill-suited to wielding a bow, Master.
There's no great shock to me.
'Tis a glad thing we rested when we did.
Try not to get hit, lest all that vim goes to waste.
That battle took more out of me than I would have liked.
We were overconfident in our abilities. 'Tis a painful reminder that fortune will not always favour us. No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. Early whipping gets the worm, as they say.
I did my best to match your skill, Master.
I suppose I ought mention this as well. Shall we enlist a warrior to lend us their strength?
Their mighty attacks could easily swing the tide back in our favor. That beast is truly enormous.
The size alone makes it worth vanquishing. Close stumbles. Just one more push ought to bring it down.
Attack will end this foe.
Big things have been felt that. Perhaps a few more for good measure.
On my way. This is the product of your heedlessness. To have any hope of victory, we must employ every tool and tactic at our disposal. Perhaps.
Reckless opponents makes for easy prey.
slows. Perhaps we have tired them out.
They don't stand a chance against us now.
A focused attack will end this foe. Just yonder looks to be a good spot for her. harvesting ingredients.
We could pick some now and use them when the need arises. No sense letting the end get hand. Early gripping gets the world.
I believe yon foe is drawn towards us. Do not extinguish our lanterns, lest we summon it unwittingly.
I'll turn you into a pincushion.
Well done. The prison has been drenched.
To think I'd be caught unawares. That was impeccably timed, Arisen.
I'll carefully conserve my strength and endeavor to survive every battle by way of sound.
Leave the finding of equipment-enhancing materials to me, Master. I shall sniff them out and mark them on your map. Your current vocation is ill-suited. I'm all for swapping stories, but perhaps another night. I can scarce keep my eyes open. Enemies are upon us!
Careful now.
wanting my help. Oh, very well.
Prepare yourself!
As a matter of fact, we could add a warrior to our ranks. What say you, Master?
Well, I suppose if all... all we care about is brute force, we ought to consider it.
A common reward. Frustratingly so.
We'll find a use for it, I'm sure.
That wasn't the homecoming I envisioned.
Now there's a hassle I could do without. I see which way the wind's blowing.
What a bot.
If our destination is a distant one, travel by ox cart might be worth considering.
They can be most convenient, though they only travel during the day.
My head hurts just thinking about it.
Tell is, Vermund was once a beast-ridden kingdom.
Fascinating.
Yes, sir. Have you... Unfortunately, I can give you little more than that. Forgive me, but I must return to my rounds directly. But only if you've the time and inclination, of course. As servants of the gracious hand, yet, at times, perhaps you will recall the parents who were here, an unfortunate pair. They've suffered no by chance. He was examined by a roaming man, claiming to be a doctor. So, he was put into Ark. Here he is. This young man is Lubomir. We've been administering the medicine recommended by the doctor who... To be perfectly honest, I doubt the soundness of that after all. There is no shortage of ne'er-do-wells out there, willing to claim their medicine the only cure, that they might... But I suppose I ought not say such things so openly. At any rate, come. We've medicine to prepare.
Psst! You there! Help me! Listen, the sisters here are good to us. It started with a slight fever. See that empty bed? He told me he was feeling better. That he'd be well enough. Mayhap I'm just imagining things. Something isn't right. Pray, should you hear any queer rumors about the Gracious Hand?
I fear I've much to attend to.
Chaos in the world begins with chaos of the mind.
Each of our patients deserves our full attention.
Medicine? Medicine now!
Oh, someone help me. Oh.
Remember, somewhere to be.
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
Must be ever.
Might you be a friend of Lubomir's? See, there has been talk of sending him down to the basement. That is, the basement sick. None of the other sisters are permitted entry. Tell Liz, she gives the patients a special medicine. I know not, which is to be expected. Those who come here suffer all, and yet...
Really now, you mustn't shirk your duty. Lest you forget, 'tis the Arisen we serve.
So, the worst of us are taken to the basement, and none save the Abbess can enter? You've done this much for me. Would you be willing to go further? You've my thanks. Of course, all the better should your search come to naught. Should you find evidence fit to implicate her. We see, I've already reported my suspicions to the Sentinels, and we've arranged a signal. If you apprehend the Abbess, so I beg you, sir, find the evidence.
To get to the bottom of what is happening at the Gracious Hand, we shall have...
I have noticed that the Abbess goes out every night without fail.
I know not why, but the words basement sick room set my hair on end. Shall we investigate?
Splendid.
Oi, keep your distance.
What should I do? What to do? I have no mother or father to speak. I wanted to get them a present to say thank you. The problem is, do you think you could help me? All I knew were true. I'm sure you'll find them pretty... Hoya Risen! Have you brought me a bunch of flowers or... Well, take your time. You know where to find...
I could use a little fun to brighten my day.
I think you
Sweep and dust before it thinks
at your leisure.
Can't they see the old...
Well met. You will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when treated to the form...
We must rest, though the sun is...
When I think of my travels, 'tis a mighty warrior.
It appears night has fallen while we slept.
Step lively. Journey by starlight shall make for a nice change of pace.
Mayhap I'll seek out a town I've yet to visit. This might be worth a read.
A thorough perusal might reveal aught of interest.
Peruse at your leisure. Let's take it easy today.
Have you come to be curious of other vocations? While 'tis admirable to devote yourself to us, particularly if you are eligible for a special vocation, heretofore unseen opportunities of excitement. potential. Is there naught being done to make safe the roads? Always a pleasure.
Oh, you there? Your pre...
Time to head to market, methinks.
Another day.
Hiya, Risen! Have you brought me a bunch of flowers already? Oh, these should say, would you mind terribly if I... See, one of my friends taught me a magic spell. All you have to do is find a silver... But there's the problem. I've been looking... Would you find a silver stone and bring it for true? And I'll be waiting.
Our next myth.
Oh, I can't find a silver stone, and they're hard to find, aren't they?
I'll hold on to this. After all, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
I need it.
Mayhap 'twould serve us well to track down the former patients mentioned in these records of treatment.
'Tis as you say. We found some evidence, but there might be more to discover. Let us scour every inch of this room.
Splendid.
Supper and a night's rest.
Why is my life so long?
Not like place, this. Got to make hay while the sun shines.
place.
Yeah, let's go.
A new skill.
Stock up on the basics. Flowers, soil, plants.
Elena. Ah, yes. The abbess of a fine woman by all accounts. You see, I was only a little under the weather when I entered her care. But then, in the end, I survived. But methinks, and once, I saw her, the abbess, meeting with a strange man. She handed him a large parcel, all wrapped up. And he gave her some you'd think 'twere medicine. But I'd not have bought medicine from they were whispering. But I did hear one of them say aught about keeping quiet. Where'd they meet? 'Twas in the square, in the eastern part of the common quarter.
Lady Eleanor's a good... I wavered between life and death for quite some time in that. Can't say as I missed that basement, mind. 'Tis a need, suppose 'tis only to be expected. Aye, that Lady Eleanor...
Anything's better than this.
It's so dull when there's nothing doing.
Any loose coin about?
Life's been pretty kind to me, come to think of it.
Maybe I'll make myself scarce.
How'd I wind up here anyhow?
Just quiet about it.
Blessed be we servants of the heavens.
How did I end up in this miserable place?
Here.
Aye, this is plenty. Lord Phaesus is like to be in your debt. Nicely done. Suppose it can't have been easy to procure...
You suppose wrong. I command their full faith.
Ha! You're a fearsome one.
Enough. I gave you yours, now you give me mine.
Ah, of course. Wouldn't want to hurt the Lady Saint's image in the eyes of the common folk.
Glad we understand each other.
Aye, be seeing you.
This is not the first we've heard of Lord Phaesus. What could his aim be, I wonder?
This is beyond me, I'm afraid.
Wish I didn't have to work to earn my bread.
What's this? I say I'll make myself scarce.
I must confess, I'm rather
Short
lost.
repose would do me a world of good.
Settlement is an endless journey.
You're back! Pray, tell me, have you found anything? What? Do you think... Mayhap you could show it to the doctor I saw afore coming here. Rad, pray, sir, do what you can. I must... You're back! Pray, tell me, have you found... These look like... Rekord, Johann and Bruno. I know I recall them being especially meek to the abbess. At any rate, they may know aught of use.
'Tis my duty to devote my life to prayer and prayer.
Well, I end up with a trouble,
I'm going to go exploring.
Wished were always night. I only had to sleep.
Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
Perhaps new discoveries await. Us above.
Welcome.
Good evening, sir. I trust you fared all right on the roads, despite the hour. You know where to find me.
All this worrying's given me an aching back.
Master, you would do well to offload some of...
Oh, I can't find a silver stone anywhere. Have you... Oh, say, aren't you curious? Well, I'll tell you. My mother and father, not to say I'm unhappy at the grave, I want to tell them how grateful I am. Oh, it's so shiny. Oh!
Miss Daphne seemed pleased with our efforts. Mayhap we ought to...
Oh, it's so
I end up feeling weary even after a day of rest.
I ought to act a little more cheery.
Getting proper rest is an important duty in its own right.
Good morrow, everyone.
Off we go then. You shan't hear me complain about an early...
Oh, how I've longed to embrace my bedroll.
Getting proper rest is an important duty in its own.
I'm in it now. No sense getting cold feet.
Oh, how I've longed to embrace my bedroll.
Good tidings, friend. As for me, I made the most of my... You see, I grew so fond of... And that's when I thought... Mayhap... I can't just give it to you, mind. I've my relocate... Well, friend, what say you? Sorry I am to hear it.
'Tis the dream of many to own a home, Master. Shall we gather the requisite funds to make it our own?
There's no great shock to me.
Tis quiet about.
Couldn't hurt to rest my feet a moment.
I'm not the only one who's too busy to rest.
Tell me, I haven't got any fleas.
I'm aching for a fight.
between waking and sleep. My head hurts just thinking about it.
What to do? What to do? Hoy arisen! Say, do you know the river close by the church? That's a problem for the church, as it draws from the river to make holy water. The water's so filthy that it's going to take twice the amount of gold ore to purify. I was thinking you could help the priests by finding some gold ore. After all, I was hoping I'll help too. I'll look for... Hoy arisen! Have you found any gold ore yet? That's all right. I'm sure it doesn't grow...
This armor's seen better days. All I've got left for my ages.
This place is very dreary. All this worry is alienating back.
Fancy a look at my wares? Do come again.
How might I be of service?
Always another errand to see to.
Stomach's complaining. I'll have an early supper.
You don't need a permit to get into Batal. Just hide in the back of an ox cart. It works.
Life is for the living, friend. Best to enjoy it.
Can't say I've any tidings to share. I go where fortune whispers, friend.
Here to ask aught of me, are you?
Aye. Is there aught...
Don't think you're safe. One found its way inside the common quarter just the other night.
Ho there, fair.
In every age, hence, pawns are treated with respect, as not to mention, they are skilled. 'Tis clear their concept of life and death. I'll take the night watch of the desperate.
Would that I could spend all day here. Hope I didn't leave the pot on to boil.
Fair winds forgive me for last night's scuffle.
Mayhap I ought to ask around town.
Tidy storefront, auto train, and more customer. Well met, son. How might I be of service?
Good heavens.
Forget the value of the investment information.
Off to market I go.
Well met, son. How might I be of service?
Good day, sir.
Hard to make ends meet these days.
Oh dear. What am I to do? I dream of a...
I fear I've not...
If you're enjoying life.
What to do?
Always another errand to see to.
There's comfort in the humdrum of daily life.
Where will the wind blow me today?
Good day, sir.
Life is for the living.
Well met, son. How might I...
Well met, sir. How might I be of... service? Always a pleasure.
Round. Time for an early supper.
Fancy a look at my wares?
It's my back's not acting up today.
Mayhap I ought to ask around town. All this work, not a shred of gratitude.
I've the presence to command any.
I'll seek out a town I've yet to visit.
Mind?
Oi there, friend! Kate, all I ask is that you hear my request. My thanks, sir. I've been holding off service on account of all the monsters on the road. Only trouble is, there are still monsters. That's where you come in. See, I've got a letter here from Lady Mar. I'd like you to accompany the cart in my stead, and splendid. Now, the carts only depart at certain hours of the day, but I find that time flies. And mind you, don't forget to pay your way before you board. That's standard. Each cart travels with an escort of trains, so anyone thinking of riding for... But enough of my lecturing. Oh, and I'll pay your fare this time. Come find me when you've delivered that letter. I'll be waiting to hear from you. You like to run into some monsters on the way? Seems nowhere's truly safe nowadays. Should the cart be assailed, 'twill be your job to drive the beasts off.
An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
This ox cart's bound for Melv.
I'll need to see some coin before I let you on. Now here's a welcome sight.
Those new recruits could barely lift their swords.
If you're in... I'm a goner.
Light your lantern, master.
An ogre comes!
Cannot be too careful. Our most priority is to douse those flames.
our best will do.
Show them your metal!
When enraged, this creature is capable of calamitous strength. We ought not to provoke it. Quick! Or else wait for the side.
Show them your metal!
This priest has quite the temper! I cannot use their rage to our advantage. No problem here.
That's good enough.
We ought to have conserved our strength.
Wise to consider a retreat.
These fiends will only be defeated when their skulls are smashed beyond repair. First and foremost, we'll want to lock it on balance. You'll prove a much easier target when lying prone. My curative magics are at your disposal. Wait a moment. If we are to rescue the human, we must do whatever we can to lock it on balance. There is no better time to strike.
The moment of victory is at hand. Let us finish this. Methinks the fiend felt that.
it happens again, I shall be ready.
I dread to think.
I see a ladder yonder, but we can't reach it from here. We'll have to get up there and drop it down. You're like to grow overburdened if you keep picking up every little trinket you find. I'd wager there's aught to be found here.
Let us ponder how best to proceed.
Where are you going?
Goblins approach!
Have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness.
Strike hard enough! We might not have to do this twice.
A focused attack will end this foe. Quickly, Arisen, you must regain your footing.
We're to see this letter to Sir Leonard in Melve. Shall we board the ox cart as directed, Master? A person of import, I take it. Very well. I will lead the way.
The guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way. No means of exploiting our enemy's weakness. A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
I say, we collect as much as we can carry.
This is generally used as a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations. No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. Early gripping gets the worm, as
Pushing on without rest isn't ideal. I'm dead on my feet.
We really ought to take a moment to catch our breath, if we can spare one.
I knew that I could count upon your strength, Arisen.
Come on then. Let's dance.
Get back here.
Arisen, are you all right?
Where do you think you're going, eh?
We prevailed by the skin of our teeth.
We ought to consider this a lesson. This is what befalls one who lets down their guard. Furthermore, I do believe our party would stand to benefit from the addition of a sorcerer.
It is a fascinating vocation and an enticing one too. Few who try their...
I've got wares of every ilk. Pleasure doing business with you.
I've beds to spare if you're looking for lodgings, and if you'd like to change your vocation.
We must rest, though the sun is still up. I trust we've all inspected our equipment.
Off we go then.
It's quiet about. I've beds to spare if you're looking for lodgings, and if you'd like to change your vocation, come see me anytime. Business could be better, but I'm scraping.
Always a pleasure.
A treasure chest.
I've a knack for gathering items and am ever on the hunt for new finds. I'll gladly try out any useful mechanisms I espy.
I'll not stick my
Fancy a gander? I'd find goods for sale.
townsman.
We're running low on everything. From provision, we've had a hard time procuring goods. I sent Marcus to gather what we need, but I've just taken stock and... What say you? Could I trouble you to run an errand for me? Glad to hear it. Here, he ought to be somewhere north. Hand him the note and he'll take care of the rest.
Would be a wasted opportunity not to make our delivery while we're here.
We need only pass our burden into the hands that await it.
It is as you say. Follow me.
Tis a glad thing we rested when we did.
Try not to get hit, lest all that food go to waste.
I see you've been drenched. Dry off as soon as you can. I only hope I did not disappoint.
Our road was a long one, but here we are.
That's everything assembled. Oi! Did you need something? This is from Sir Geoffrey. Why? He wants these as well. Why should I have to do all this on my own? I've got plenty, and make haste. I would well, go on.
We'll not find anything if we don't start looking. The items on this list can be crafted by combining certain materials, and I happen to know where they can be found. I've a rough idea of where our destination lies. Shall I show you there, Master?
The guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
Right, just follow me.
Mayhap you will think this a trifle, but...
I shall lead us to our destination, so do try not to rush ahead.
The guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
The items on this list can be crafted by combining certain materials, and I happen to know where they can be found. I can guide you to the vicinity of our destination, Master.
The guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
So you picked something from our... Oh! That's cool. Deal, yeah?
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
We're to see this letter to Sir Leonard in Melve. Shall we board the ox cart as directed, Master? Fret not, Master. I know precisely where this person can be found.
You have our gratitude. Lead the way.
Are we leaving already? Bother. I was just getting warmed up.
We are none of us alike in vocation.
'Tis a tad inconvenient that we can't share equipment.
Let us utilize our individual strengths wherever possible.
There's aught to be said for peace and
We've arrived, I see. That's a relief.
Hail, if you've a moment to spare, as you can see, we're rebuilding.
What say you? Would you be willing to help?
Excellent. You're a good... Here's what I need from you. A basque of saurians has made their nest out... I'd like to... I've prepared some explosive casks.
Saurians are monsters of fearsome strength, 'tis true, but I've yet to meet a foe that explosive casks can't scatter.
Indeed, you are correct.
Apologies, Master, but...
Looking for some work,
Come to think of it, we've already found what's needed here. It should be in one of our packs. Good. We're here. Leave the finding of equipment-enhancing materials to me, Ma...
well met. Go on, have a gander as you pass by. Leisure doing business.
My bed calls.
Aye, what can I do for you? Ah, a letter from Lady Margaret, you say? It is a fair way you've come, then. She's a kindly sort, I must say. We met when I worked with her husband, Sir Gregor, on one occasion.
Don't we have a report to make, Master?
That Lady Margaret's a kind...
My bed.
Have you forgotten something, Arisen? You're looking rather lost.
Well, that appears to have sent... To finish the job, I'd have you drop a jar of poison into their nest. With any luck, the Saurians will realize... But pray, take care not to drop it in the river. You must make sure your aim is good. You'll find the jars of poison just outside the village.
A single jar of poison ought to send those Saurians packing. Only do be mindful not to spill any on yourself, Master.
Well done, Master. Those Saurians shan't dare approach the village for some time, thanks to your efforts.
Such moments make me proud to serve the Arisen.
You've done as I... And I must say, you've a fine arm. Watching you got me thinking. Or perhaps 'tis a little early for such. In any event, thanks to the work you've done for us.
All done then? The items on this list can be crafted by combining certain materials, and I happen to know where they can be found. I've a rough idea of where our destination lies. Shall I show you there, Master?
The guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
Follow me.
Come on then. Don't crash. We are under attack. Go. Come on then. I'm gonna eat you.
And I might just let you live. I'm going to enjoy it.
I'll tap you into the... Don't bother trying to pinch anything else, Master. You've already taken what that target has to offer.
Thank you, Master. I only hope I did not disappoint. Very well. I shall return.
Methinks the thin felt that. Perhaps a few more for good measure.
Ensure your next attack is no less hurt.
If we mastered that attack, we would be invincible. I would so enjoy seeing this obstacle smashed to pieces. Ranged attacks are my specialty, Master. Shall I assist? I've a different path in mind now, given our current location. Follow me, won't you? I enjoy tackling fierce foes and prefer combat's thrills to gathering items. Here, if you please.
Let me get that.
I suppose we'll be wanting to report back now. That's everything on the list. What say we lighten our packs by delivering it all to Sir Marcus? Fret not, Master. I know precisely where this person can be found.
You have our gratitude. Lead the way.
Right, just follow me. So, we finally arrived. I thought we'd never make it.
How goes it? Have you gathered everything on the list yet? Haven't you anything for me yet? Well, you best get to it then. How goes it? Have you gathered everything on the list yet? Haven't you anything for me yet? Well, you best get to it then. How goes it? Have you gathered everything on the list yet? Brilliant! On you. Here, take this for you. I'll be heading back to the encampment now. They'll be
Now that we've delivered the items on the list, I suppose we ought to report back to Sir Geoffrey. I know where that person can be found, Master. This way.
You have our gratitude. Lead the way.
Could you come over here? This way, if you please, Master.
We have found a material.
Good. We're here.
Oi! Many thanks for part. As I hear it, you even assisted him in gathering. Anyway, you've been a great help.
Our efforts have seen the encampment resupplied, and Sir Geoffrey with one less care. A good deed all round.
I concur. Your current vocation is ill-suited to wielding a bow, Master.
There's no great shock to me.
I've beds to spare if you're looking for lodgings, and if you'd like to change your vocation. Come see me anytime.
A good sleep will ensure we are... Good morrow, everyone.
Well met. Fancy a gander? I've fine goods for sale. Always a pleasure.
That went as well as we might have hoped. Let us cast our eyes about and analyze the situation. Mayhap this ladder is here for a reason.
Perhaps new discoveries... await us above. The letter has reached its recipient. Shall we inform Sir Donovan, Master? I know where that person can be found, Master. This way.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
So, we finally arrived. I thought we'd never...
This ox cart's bound for... I'll not take you anywhere till I've had my due.
In every age, hence, pawns are not to mention that 'tis clear their concept of...
If our destination is a distant...
Ah, you've returned. Splendid! The cart reached its destination, safe and sound, and from the...
Ox cart seems a convenient choice for longer journeys. I see no harm in making use of them as needed, Master.
True enough.
Only care out got to sweep and dust. Wearing on all
These smart backs acting out a shade. Well met, son. What shall I get up to today?
Monsters are really scary.
I'll try to
I've just recalled a little tidbit I heard from the locals.
If you refer to changes in the military's makeup, I've heard the same.
Indeed. Tell us, there's been a shift in the chain of command.
Look, as long as you please. Bunch of dullards, the lot.
Well, you will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when... treated to the foremost hospitality in all Vernworth. Much obliged.
This inspires naught but misgivings.
Welcome.
Time to find me a mark.
Would that I knew more of this world's structure.
Feels eerie. No one about.
There's got to be something fun to do.
It's been a hard day. Interested in my wares?
I've been here so long, I almost forgot why I came.
Now, where was I bound again?
Look, as long as you...
Really now, you mustn't shirk your duty. Lest you forget, 'tis the Arisen we serve here.
I'm well aware of that, thank you.
This might be worth a read.
A thorough perusal might reveal aught of interest.
Come rain or shine, I'll make the best of it.
The road's at your neck. Look, as long as you can. My ship's done.
I hope I've not left aught undone.
Look at the crowd. Less eyes on me. Stir up. The world's better for it.
It's had rowdy. I shan't complain.
Reckon I can bless any.
Your Majesty, 'tis not a matter for prying ears. You will want to hear this. 'Tis not a matter for prying ears. As I informed you when last we spoke, the palace is filled with the Queen Regent's sycophants. Should Disa denounce your Majesty as a false arisen, few would elect. Yet if we are to prove your identity, I believe it was delayed so that the sovereign, that is, the false arisen, could. The central players in the court ought all be in attendance. None would be able to deny that you are the true arisen. Only select members of the nobility and citizens. If your Majesty is to be counted among them, you will need to attend to a number of tasks. Pray, the citizenry have called upon my soldiers to cull monsters that plague the land. What say you? I thank you, your Majesty. The first is Trevo Mine, to the northwest. Next is Half Village, west of Burnworth. I believe soldiers are... Finally, there is a call for someone to locate a group of soldiers tasked with delivering freight.
Off we go then. There are beasts to be slain.
I foresee...
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true arisen. Do not forget that we work to serve the citizen.
Follow me.
So tired. Barely the bin
The
to
sky
find my
always
boots.
puts me in a contemplative mood.
Bleed inhabitants. No respect for this.
Who to talk with first?
The road's at your neck.
We're going this way now, I suppose.
By your will.
The Arisen decides our path. We have but to follow.
Interested in my wares? Go on, have a... Look, pleasure doing business.
There's a ladder here.
After you, Arisen.
Look, as long as you please.
I've little enough gold to spend as tea.
Autumn, good evening, sir. I trust you for...
Shall we get some rest then?
Our adventure continues.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Characters might lurk anywhere. Should you espy any large monsters fallen on the road, I ask that you leave...
I would fain aid you.
This ox cart's bound for the checkpoint rest town. I'll need to see some coin before I let you on.
shall answer for this.
Fine. Out of the car, all of you. I was not prepared.
You'll not live to regret this!
Answer for this.
This can't be happening! You dare!
Stand strong.
You must cleanse yourself of that oil. Taste. I only hope I did not disappoint. You've got them on the run.
Let them run. We need not waste our strength.
We have no need of exploiting our enemy's weakness.
I'll not stand for this!
There's nothing more you can filter from that target, Master. One might confidently call that a resounding victory.
No doubt this triumph will spur us into the next.
You dare!
So this is where I fall.
An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
One hopes these carts offer comfort commensurate to their costs.
Say, it was stolen from me while I was delivering it, and if Master Everard should find... There's no exaggeration. He's had people to be quite truthful. I think working under a man such as him, I'd only get chewed up to the... Unless
Unless
The jadeite orb could be anywhere now. Perchance we ought to speak with someone who has experience in banditry. The jadeite orb could be anywhere now. Perchance we ought to speak with someone who has experience in banditry.
Well, there's always demand for weapons, particularly near the border. Where quarrels occur every other day. Always a pleasure. Well met, sir. How's the day treating?
have you come from Vernworth? The ancient battleground to the north is overrun with hordes of... In times past, 'twas safe enough a night. Since a few days past, it could be that aught's befallen the cenotaph. I say, if I cannot dissuade you from traversing the ancient battleground...
Peruse at your leisure, sir.
Welcome, sir. Contrary to the name, this little shop of mine, if you think me a liar, then buy something and see the truth for yourself. Ah, I see you desire one of my masterpieces. Very well. I shall have your order crafted in good time. A little patience. Patience is all I ask. Many thanks to you.
Now here's a welcome sight. Fancy a look at my wares?
Wonder if there's any... I am feeling weary, even after a day of rest.
Suppose I'd best get to work. Let me think on this a moment.
I only pray my watch finishes without incident.
Well met, sir. How's the day treating you then?
I'll take any chance.
Off to market I go.
Welcome, sir. After all, 'tis folly to linger on a single vocation when there are so many exciting methods. of combat to be tried. Do come again.
Well met, son.
Welcome, sir. After all, 'tis folly to linger on a single vocation when... There are so many exciting methods of combat to be tried. Do come again.
I'll take any.
What delightful.
I end up feeling weary even after a day of rest. Greeting, we see a great many customers given our location, so you'll have to forgive us if the ale runs dry.
The townspeople depend on me. It's this way.
is true peace.
Peruse at your leisure.
Oi, you there! I don't mean to pry, only it's
Morris! I've just found out...
What?
I've just heard news.
Oh, my poor boy.
Morris, think what you're saying.
Do you truly expect me to do? The soldiers won't do aught for it. Concern it all. He's right. Do you truly mean if you return him to me?
Who might have the answers we need? Should we ask around?
Aye? In need of a doctor, are you? What's this you're giving me? Oh, I see. Interesting. Well, naturally, I'll need a bit of time with it. What is it? What is it? I've not had the time to look into...
This looks as if 'twould fetch a hefty sum.
Deeper pockets make for shallower troubles, they say. Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
No harm in picking a few. Risen, to me. I shall heal you. Halt, if you please.
What delights might there be to find?
Have you some business with me?
The flowers that, from what I can glean, the petals of isn't that unusual?
I got nothing for ye.
A good day to you.
There's so much to enjoy.
Aye, I met Roger by the cenotaph. On the eastern side, he had what looked like a bundle of grass with him. Only he was carrying it, he would say no more than 'twas a sick. Yet no sooner had I turned, I charged to his aid. But a wolf, poor lad. Pray help him if you can, sir.
The flowers that bloom around here, from what I can glean, the petals absorb the sun's light by day. Isn't that unusual?
Pray, sir, see, as for where to look, you could try asking a bandit, or someone who's apprised of... Pray, sir, see, as for where to look, you could try...
Could it be aught before? If I cannot dissuade you from pressing onward, perhaps...
There are quite a few beasts. Strange, that.
considering. Mayhap you've seen those headless statues on road. Couldn't tell you whether any of that's true or not. Haste makes waste, as they say. Peruse at your leisure, sir.
I am well enough, thank you. What's going on? Oh, I can't complain.
Have you heard the rumor? There was no warning, no apparent cause. Of course, such rumors are best taken with a grain.
Ill behavior will...
Aught you need of me?
Reckon your road trade towns can make you right sick of crap.
Gold's made to be spent. Pleasure doing business. Come on, have a look.
We could add a what?
Is there aught you require?
What? This again? I feel bad for the lads, but I don't have to. Monsters are a fact of life. There's nary a thing I can do about.
Could it be aught's if I cannot dissuade you from pressing on?
I've got nothing for ye.
Let me alone.
How am I supposed to know?
Let me alone.
Bah, things will sort themselves out.
The flowers, from what I can glean, isn't that unusual.
Best mind yourself.
Aye. He had what looked like a bunch. He would say no more than, yet no sooner had I charged to his aid. Poor lad. Pray help him if you can, sir.
If you're enjoying life, there's a...
Gold's made to be spent.
Shame there aren't as many folks spinning. I rather enjoyed hearing the one about the gigant. It's said to descend in times of conflict. Scattering... Sounds like the last thing we need.
You'll have to excuse me.
Greetings, sir. And we see a great many customers given our location. Pleasure doing business with you. Greeting. We see a great many customers given our location. Many thanks. Go on, have a look. Wonder if there's any easy work to be had.
Interested in my wares?
Little enough gold to spend. Here I can let down my There's so much to enjoy in this wide world.
My feet always take me here. What's your problem? Leave off. Come on, have a look.
Reckon your trade towns can make you right sick of crowds.
Best buy what you need, lest you regret. Many thanks.
I'm ready for patrol. Beg pardon, sir, but I'm on duty. I'd be glad to talk when I'm off duty.
I grow restless when I do this.
One can never be too careful. I'll gladly stay a while.
Pray, sir, see, as for where to look, you could try...
You'll never believe. Normally, you put an elf and a dwarf in the same room and they'll be trading blow. Mayhap my eyes.
I will see to it that the...
Go on, have a look.
What I wouldn't do for a...
Greeting. We see a great many customers given our location, so you... Pleasure doing business with you. Greeting. We see a great many customers given... Pleasure doing business with you. Go on, have a look.
Got any tales to lie?
I see life as a journey.
Let me alone, will ye?
There are quite a few bistros are in Batar. Strange, that. Mayhap you've seen those headless. Couldn't tell you whether any of that's true or not.
Got some business with me, do ye?
Stay away from me.
Shove off. Got some business with me, do ye?
Peruse at your leisure, sir. All the best tales come from travellers at the end of time. 'Twill near get done if I stand around talking.
I must ask you not...
As I've said... Wolves, eh? Mayhap you... While en route to deal with another matter, I discovered the beast's den in that cave. I only wish I'd been permitted to investigate the area, but I can tell you where it is, sir. It is my understanding that the creatures hoard their prey with it. If you are thinking of venturing in there yourself,
We could obtain some rare materials here, if it pleases you, Master.
Well, well. That's quite a discovery. Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
Oh. I'm in picking a few. Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients.
I say we collect as much as we can carry.
I know precisely when a curative is needed, Master. You'll never fall in battle so long as I'm around.
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself. It's a matter of fact. I do believe our party would stand to benefit from the addition of a sorcerer.
There's a fascinating vocation. And an enticing one too. Few who try their hand are like to give it up.
We have found a material.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations.
Another flying foe! I'm apt to get a quick head! I'll turn you into a meat cushion!
The Arisen has been put to sleep. Arisen, are you all right?
I must summon aid before it is too late.
It is not an enemy to be taken lightly.
Ah, seems pinch something from our foe. I'll deal here.
A flawless execution.
Would that we might always be so in step, eh?
Not a bad haul. Not a bad haul. Not a bad haul.
One might confidently call that a resounding victory.
No doubt this triumph will spur us into the next.
I'll carefully conserve my strength and endeavor to survive every battle by way of The Arisen has been drenched! As a matter of fact, one master I served was quite the carefree soul, shunning armor in all its forms.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
Oxen are sturdy creatures, aren't they?
Careful. Oxen are like to charge when angered.
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say.
You're like to grow overburdened if you keep picking up every little trinket you find. A common reward. Frustratingly so.
We'll find a use for it, I'm sure.
I'd wager there's aught to be found here.
Let us ponder how best to proceed. Am I the first to notice we've all got different vocations?
Ah, now here's a surprise.
At least all our efforts weren't for naught.
Interesting. I shall have to inform my own master of this. A well-organized pack is my specialty. I'll see to it your burdens are shared between us pawns.
We're to break it. It shan't be from this side.
Really now? Let me get that. Now we've the vim to tackle the day ahead.
Off we go then. It's about time we pressed on, wouldn't you say, Master?
We've little need for a campsite at present.
Tis well to be prepared, but over-preparate.
A hidden path? I suppose there will be monsters lurking beyond it.
Pray, keep your wits about you. We needn't go barging in. Freshly rested as we are, this battle ought to be in our favour.
Try not to get hit, lest all that vim go to waste.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
We could pick some now, and use them when the need arises.
Thank you, Arisen.
I'll turn you into a pincushion!
This
something worth decent coin hereabouts?
Turn out your pockets! I'm taking the...
I'll make them pay for that. In gold as well as blood.
Down your arms.
You'll pay for that.
You're gonna regret that.
You're well fond of picking things up, aren't you?
I've a modest talent for spotting materials that can be used to enhance your equipment. I can even mark them on your map. expect this would fetch a fair sum at market.
Perhaps fortune has deigned to aid us at last.
Really now, you mustn't shirk your duty, lest you forget 'tis the Arisen we serve here. Tis a glad thing we rested when we did.
It's on guard, Arisen!
I only hope I did not disappoint. Ingenious. My own master must hear of this tactic.
Unbelievable! That was impeccably timed, Arisen.
Knock its feet out from under it, and strike ere it recovers.
Shall fall.
When enraged, this creature is capable of calamitous strength. We will not provoke him.
Can we place any quick? Or else wait till the fury subsides?
It seems we have enraged our foe.
Reckless opponent makes for easy prey.
Enemy slows. Perhaps we have tired them out.
Stand and fight, you gutless wanderer!
I'm on my way. Resist if you can. We must assess the situation. How many of us are still standing?
I shall see to it this won't happen again.
You needn't trouble yourself. This is generally used as a material. Pushing on without rest isn't ideal. I'm dead on my feet.
I fear for our chances if we were to be set upon now.
Goblins, Master!
We need not shrink from danger. We have the strength to prevail over anything.
Trounced our foe well and true. Thank you, Arisen. You're like to grow overburdened if you keep picking up every little trinket you find. Trust we've all inspected our equipment. Battle is best avoided here.
That was thrilling. I did not know I could feel so alive. Stone in hand, we can travel wheresoever we please.
We must save it for a time of dire need.
Ingredients are plentiful hereabouts.
No harm in picking a few.
Can't say I'm any happier to see this boat than the last time I crossed paths.
danger might lurk anywhere. Wear every shadow. And mind the ceiling.
We'll manage. Whatever comes. We always do, don't we?
You weren't expecting mercy?
How are we to rectify this? I know not where to begin. Regardless of the result, the task is not done till we make our report.
Though 'tis tempting to keep these fell tidings to ourselves, we ought to report back.
Arisen, are you all right? We could add a warrior to our ranks. What say you, Master?
Well, I suppose if all we care about is brute force, we ought to consider it.
That went as well as we might have hoped. Let us cast our eyes about and analyze the situation.
Welcome, and well met.
Well met. You will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when treated to the foremost hospitality in all. Fernworth.
We must rest, though the sun is still up.
When I think of my travels, 'tis a mighty warrior who springs to mind.
Good morrow, everyone.
Off we go then.
This might be worth a read.
A thorough perusal might reveal aught of interest.
Peruse at your leisure.
Off to market I go.
Oh dear.
Try all of my spare
Days like this make me glad to be alive. Everyone's tired.
Take it easy today. Peruse at your leisure.
Welcome.
I've heard some interesting tidings about town.
Regarding the Vermundian military, yes?
'Twould seem the Queen Regent has made significant alterations to the chain of command.
Say, have you business with the guild, sir? I should be... Have you found any of the items we discussed? Perchance.
always a pleasure.
Welcome to